really sure what to tell you, to be honest.
You think it'd be worth trying to reinstall the Creative Cloud? Because like I can still open Photoshop and After Effects and everything else.
like, you don't have any issues in your other programs that you're using aside from just all the Photoshop games. Like, do you have any problems with those at all?
There
Any other thing?
it was doing the same thing, but when I disabled my XMP, it fixed everything else, and then a few days later this started happening, and it was working before. So yeah, it's really weird. I might just try and reinstall my Creative Cloud.
Try that.
'Cause I did with like the Epic launcher. I couldn't launch Unreal any Epic games, and then I did a reinstall of the full actual Epic launcher and it fixed it, but I'm not gonna lose anything when I reinstall it, right? Like any of my
No,
uh,
once you have all of the or sorry, are you asking if your files will still work, or
yeah, like all the projects I have
oh,
right
you won't.
now.
You won't lose those. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted that was the main thing I wanted to check before I went ahead and did that. But yeah, so I don't have the homework done. Just clarifying that right away.
All right. Yeah, cuz it's at 7.3 and I assume that's the one that you've gone ahead and downloaded. So, um it's cool, the new one, but man, just the bugs, it's too much. Uh Yeah, try updating, man. Your Creative Cloud, update everything. I really wish I could go back to like a 7.2. Sorry, 7.2, 7.22. That's a pretty stable version. Um, Let me see if I can go into here, check if I can go back a version.
Quick question.
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah,
Can you hear me?
yeah, can hear you.
Okay. Do you have to send you a new link, or does the link we sent you before should work, right?
Yeah, the same link, everybody. So if you have your homework assignments finished, you got like a three renders, uh, two or three renders ready to go. Upload those renders in the same link that you sent me regarding the homework assignments. So each of you should have a personal link that you sent me that you
Yep.
made in Google Drive. Yeah. Compatibility works with this computer. Version 7.3. Versions.
Hey, sorry I'm late.
Hello, Mike. Uh, all good, all good. Just getting everybody in. So just waiting.
Yeah, no worries. I got a quick question here. So I forgot what I was supposed to like. I forgot what was due to submit.
The simple room.
Okay, so did you need? Was it just screenshots, or was it like you need the Maya file, or?
No, just screenshots. So a couple of
Okay,
renders. Yeah, it's like 2, 3
okay,
renders. You could do more if you like. Whichever.
just a few different angles of the room,
Yeah,
basically.
whichever angle you
Okay.
like best. Yeah.
Yeah, I asked in the student Discord and didn't get a response, and I'm like, oh well, that's my fault for saving it for the last minute.
That's all right. No problem. You can always ask on the day of. So just
Yeah,
yeah.
I'll get those taken and submitted right away here then, and go
Yep.
from there.
Perfect, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't go back versions, you guys. We're at 7.3 with Substance 3D Painter. I generally don't like using latest versions just because of the whole stability thing. Sometimes some of the tools causes crashes, and I don't like crashes, especially if I can't foresee the save. And I can't. I don't know. Like, I'm working on something, and all of a sudden the tool just breaks and it crashes. Then it just basically ruins everything that I've been doing the past however long minutes. So, I always resort to an older version. But regardless of the fact, whichever version you have, if you are still stuck at 7.1 or 7.2, you don't need to upgrade. And I repeat, don't need to upgrade. The current Substance 7.3 is awesome. My coworkers have been dabbling around with it. It's just not stable. So, if possible, you can somehow get an older version, older than 7.3, which is the latest one. So I recommend 7.2 or earlier. That would be fantastic. So Lucas there was having some problems with the version up, and I think, I don't know, I hope that the updates will help him. I'm not sure if there's any updates he has to do. If he has to do any other hardware updates, I don't know. It's always good to check beforehand that stuff, like graphics card and maybe even CPU. I don't know. It would be worth checking as well. But I don't know if that's even related at all. It's just hard to tell.
I did check all of them, unfortunately.
Yeah, and
My
no go, huh?
My Substance Painter is still 7.1. Is that fine?
That's fine. 7.1 is fine as long as it's working.
It's working.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, because we just don't want anything not working, right? Because that's just detrimental to everything that we want to do. So, yeah, we want to be able to open the program and use it. So. Just to repeat again to everybody, the latest, so there's two versions. There's the Adobe version, and then there's the algorithmic Substance Painter, which was the version that was before Adobe made the switch from algorithmic. So that version is currently in Steam. Actually, you know what? I think they removed it. I might have I should take that back, actually. They might actually have removed it. I'm going to go double check. Hello, Nick.
Yeah.
3D Painter. Yeah, it seems like they removed it. It was on sale like maybe a month ago. Not recommended. Look at all these reviews. It's probably because it's Adobe. So crashy. They probably requested this to be removed. Substance 3D Designer. Painter. Yeah, it's out. Man, it's gone. Yep, it's gone. You know what? I don't really condone this too much, but there has to be some like algorithmic version floating around the internet somewhere. And it's very possible for you to grab that somehow. So if you find it, good on you.
You're not advocating for torrents. You're just saying that they're out there.
I didn't say the word, man. I didn't say the word. They're there. They're floating around somewhere. If you get a hold of them, it's a plus. And you don't get the crashy, unstable Adobe updates, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually a good thing you mentioned that, because I loaded up Substance and it's like, do you want to update to 7.3? I'm like, no.
Yeah, not yet. I would say yes, but not yet. It's cool.
Well, normally I do take the update right away, but when it's a patch. But yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I tend to get pretty trigger happy with that stuff. But anyway, before now I'm all right. When I see an update, I'm like, I get all skeptical, like, what's going on with this version?
Well, it's easier to take it than to, you know, have to close the pop-up every time
Yeah,
you load up. But
turn off the notifications.
yeah,
Yeah. So I'm gonna take attendance here now. So it's 6:10 should be plenty of time. So Russell, is he here? Yes.
Yep, I'm here.
Robert, is Robert here? Not yet. It's probably coming in just a few seconds here. Davey is here. Says he's here. Lucas is here. Janie is here. Let's see here. Derek. We have Derek. Kimberly. Seems like Kimberly is here as well. Hello. Alejandro.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yep, that's him. Cody.
Hello.
Hello. Young Key. Oh man, he's here today.
Hi.
Hello. Matthias.
Hello.
Hello. Mark Anthony. Anthony? Oh, that's Nick. Mark Anthony. Okay. Yeah, please reply if you hear your name. That way you know you're.
Oh, did you say Nico or?
No, not yet. It's just.
Oh.
No, it's just like when I called Mark and then your mic turned on. I was like, wait a second, that's not Mark. That's Nico. Daniel. Daniel is here. Hello, Daniel. Hello. Earth to Daniel. Ethan. It says these guys are here, but they're not responding. Ethan. Leandro is here. He came in earlier. Nico's here.
Yep.
Joseph.
Yeah.
Joseph. Yeah. Hello. Makia. Makia here.
Hello.
Hello. And Michael is here.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, so if you don't have your webcam on, like, please just have your microphone ready to go, you guys. That way you're able to respond to my questions if I do have a question, or you do have a question for me, you know, vice versa. Have your mics ready. That way we can interact. So we have
a few people don't have mics or cameras though too, so you still have to keep an eye on the chat there.
Yeah. So also, yeah, message on the chat. So it would be very useful for me. Interact, please. One way or another. I'll restart. Okay. So go ahead and make sure you have your room lighting assignments all uploaded in your Google Drives or whichever cloud drive you are using. And if you are wanting to...
That'll be a few more minutes. My renders are slow.
That's all right.
So I cranked the settings a little high. And
oh, did you?
forgot how to change it. So
yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that's okay. So, oh yeah, that goes for everybody else as well. So if you are rendering right now or just setting up your renders, please make sure that you're uploading your work today. Okay. So while we're doing the chat and talking about some of the things that we're gonna do today, please have please be working on that and be uploading that today.
So I'm just working on it too. I worked 36 hours in the last 3 days and probably 76 hours in the last week. So I'm still trying to figure it out here. I did my substance first assignment, only half of it so far. So, and I worked on my lighting, but I'm still not finished yet. I'm watching videos until midnight and then falling asleep. Not that it's boring, but I'm just saying, I'm just like so many hours.
Yeah.
But yeah, the last thing you want to do when you get home is work. When you're working that many hours.
I worked three weeks straight so far. So, and the last 3 days, 12 hours each.
Yeah, and at that point, you pretty much just eat and go to sleep.
Yeah,
I've been there.
Repetitive.
No, I have class at night, but I do my homework till midnight. But then I got to get up at 5.
Yeah.
So we have a few people here not responding. We have, who is it? Robert. Did Robert come in? No. Not yet. Anyway. Derek. So Robert, Derek, Mark. It says he's here, but not responding. Is Mark here? Yeah. No problem, Nick. Mark, Daniel, and Ethan. Mark, Daniel, Ethan.
Hopefully he didn't just log in and then go to the toilet or something.
Yeah, or went to eat. Yeah, yeah. So you guys interact, so please. That way I know you're actually here. So I can't mark you as here if you don't respond. So anyhow, let's go to our what we're gonna be doing today. So I hope that room lighting assignment was pretty enlightening for some of you guys. Just dabbling with some of the different light types in Maya and Arnold and rendering that out. So just to make sure that everybody understands sort of that part. Does anyone have any questions regarding last week? Is there anything that I should clarify, or is there anything that you're confused about? You had a question about when you were working on your assignment there. Anybody? Everyone's just straight up quiet. Nothing. Drawing a blank. Okay, I guess that's that. Pretty straightforward, I guess. I'm here, sorry I'm late. Yeah, okay, thanks. Thanks for letting me know, Derek. Yeah.
Better late than never.
Better late than never, man. We're looking for Mark, Daniel, Ethan, and Robert. So you see these guys come in. Let me know. Now we're gonna jump back today in Substance Painter, and in Substance Painter, we're gonna be talking about hand painting and anything related to that. If you guys are interested in anything related to hand painting, Teams has restarted. Oh, why is that? Did you try to restart it or something, or? Don't know. Oh. That's happened before. The Teams restarting just by itself. I don't know why that's the case. I've never figured out why. It just does it. So if it logs you out, just come back in. But yeah, don't worry about it because we got recording anyway. Oh, speaking of recording, if you do want to make sure you save that bookmark there, I sent there on the chat. You can just look at the playlist there, and then you can also watch the previous recordings as well as watch the live one currently. If you are falling behind or something like that, you don't know what happened in the past 5 minutes, you can always go to that link, look at the class 3 link, and then just scrub the browser back and check out what we did. So
Or if Teams isn't cooperating, you you can go on there and just say
Yeah.
that you're here.
Yeah. there's that too. The chat is available. So
Yeah.
so yeah. So what we're gonna be talking about today is hand painting. Hand painting manually in Substance Painter. This is like a deep well. And with regards to hand painting, it really is that hand painting. When we are in Substance Painter, a lot of the materials and masks and whatever procedural way we create our textures, there's a little bit of a caveat there in the word, is that it just looks procedural, and so where hand painting really comes in is to stylize and or add customization to some of the procedural results that you get. There's it used to be honestly like a full-on art, when it comes to hand painting, meaning when back then, I would say like 10 years ago, before even Substance came about, before even Mari came about, people were hand painting stuff in Photoshop, right? It's almost like this highly respected sub-discipline in texturing, because you're doing everything manually, as if you are airbrushing. If you've ever airbrushed or painted a physical maquette or a statue, that's literally what it is, but in 3D. So if you are new to the idea of hand painting, hopefully you guys can start dabbling with that today. But that's exactly what it is. You are hand painting everything. Everything is manual. And for some, that's like a giant no-no. Like, no, I don't want to hand paint ever. I think that takes too long or whatever. I just want results. Well, you can get results, but it wouldn't be as customized. You wouldn't get, some of the looks that you want probably. And so you always have to incorporate hand painting. Now there's in my experience, and also just working in the industry, you have to use both. You have to use both the power of Substance Painter and what it can do, maximize that. But at the end of it, there's certain parts of the texturing that just cannot be achieved by procedural. Like your sliders and your options, your attributes are just limited, and like the only way you're gonna get that much more sort of, let's say, realism, or just that much more layering, is just by hand painting. So today we're gonna just dabble into that, and we're gonna get you guys to and to try that out and stuff. So in the chat there, if you have access to it, I'm gonna go ahead and let's just get rid of this one. We don't need this. Remove. I'm gonna paste a link there. So that link contains the frog assets. In there, you'll have a few files. You have let's see. Let's share it here. Yeah, so you have your reference samples. So you have some pictures of really neat looking frogs, toads, and whichever different kinds of four-legged froggy creatures. All right, and
You can just call them amphibians.
Amphibians, yeah. I didn't have
Just
the
in
word.
case
Okay.
something.
Yeah. Thanks for the help, Michael. Sometimes I need my English vocabulary check. I have this frog high resolution an object file, and also a frog low resolution, and it's also an FBX. So these two files here, they're essentially the same asset. So one is just low resolution, the other one's high resolution. Different file types. just for the purposes of simplicity. When it comes to generating what we call mesh maps. So I'd like you guys to just for now download the H, Real Frog Low and High. You can get the samples if you like. It's just a little bit heavier. Got kicked out again. Oh man, that needs to stop happening. Do you have, Leandro, do you have the MS Themes app, or are you relying on the link that is in my eCampus? Okay. Are you using a phone, like a mobile device? Because it seems pretty stable with a PC. Yeah, I don't know then. It's really strange. I don't know. Do you guys have email for the IT at VCAD? Maybe they would know. Anybody? Yeah, maybe they would know. I would just keep coming back in, but honestly, if it happens one more time, we're gonna have to send an email during the break or something. Yeah, so just log back in there, Leandro. Thanks for being patient.
You could always watch it from your YouTube stream, could he not?
Yep, he could absolutely do that. Yeah, he can watch the stream as well. If he keeps kicking you out, you can attempt to stay here but watch it via the YouTube stream. So that would be very helpful. So once you've gone ahead and downloaded the Real Frog Low and High, I want you to go ahead and open your Substance Painter, whichever version you have. Just go ahead and fire that up. And then we're going to talk about mesh maps.
Which one are we opening up? The high or the low?
The low, but just open up your Substance Painter first. So have it loaded up. Yeah. So we're gonna walk through the whole thing. How to start.
Oh, okay.
How to start a file, and all that stuff. So setting. So the sort of the pre-painting stuff. And sort of the initial new project setup.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll give you guys just a few seconds here to.
I just noticed too, they're different file types.
Yep, so they're different file types. One is OBJ, the other one's FBX.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so in your Substance Painter, whichever version you have loaded, I want you to go to the File menu and then choose New, or shortcut would be Control-N. Okay, so you should have a new project floating window. And for those who are using the algorithmic Substance, what you want to do is go to this template and then select the options for the template. And you want to find this option called PBR and then dash metallic roughness and then in brackets algorithmic. For those who are using the Adobe version, you just want to choose the very first option at the very top. It'll be called ASM metallic roughness.
I don't see an ASM.
So at the top there, it should say ASM and then dash PBR metallic. So for again, they're two versions, right? Yeah, PBR metallic roughness. So for the Adobe one, it's ASM at the very top, and then metallic roughness, and then for the algorithmic one, it's PBR dash metallic roughness. But you can't get it wrong. There's no other names. Like if you see this alpha blend,
I guess I
ignore
have
that.
the algorithmic one. I wasn't sure which version I had.
Okay. So so at the top right here, you can see, right? I'm gonna cancel this for a second. If you look at the software here, at the top left, you should see a red icon. If it's a red icon, then that just means that it's the algorithmic one. If it's green, then that's the Adobe one.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and do it.
How do you get the algorithmic one again? You got to figure it out.
Oh yeah. Yes, to sum it up, you gotta figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, I have the older one before they switched, so that's what I have currently. Yeah, the new one's buggy. I don't like it. So anyway,
sorry, for Substance, you go to new and you
file new. Just do file new. Yeah.
And what did you say it was? Roughness, metallic roughness.
Yeah, metallic roughness. So PBR metallic roughness for the algorithmic one, and then ASM dash metallic roughness for the Adobe one.
Oh, ASM metallic roughness starters assets.
Yep, that one.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so let's go now to the next portion of this. We want to choose a file. So you'll see here at the top right, you have a select button. Just go ahead and click that. And then you want to choose the Real Frog Low, okay, FBX. So the FBX file, Real Frog Low.fbx, hit open. Okay. Okay, so for our class, you always want to choose a resolution of 2K, and that would be 2048 by 2048. So it's always going to be a square. So 2048 document resolution. Okay. If your computer is really that old, and I'm saying like 8 to 10 years old, then you can choose 1K, and then later on when you're exporting, you want to export with 2. But for our class, we're going to make 2K as our standard. I think it's a nice in-between. 4K is what I usually use when I'm working on my assets. Why? Because my PC can take it. My PC at work can take it. They need to be able to do 4K. 4K is industry standard when it comes to showing portfolio assets. So get used to working with either 2K or 4K. So for us, we're going to be doing 2K. We don't need 4K right now. Trust me, you will not need the detail. So 2K should be fine. Okay. So with every other project, always remember when we're starting a new project, and if I said, okay, start a new project, use this asset or use this FBX or whatever, you know exactly how to set it up already. So that's why we're going to take a little bit of time here just to show you what's going on. Okay. The next thing is the normal map format. Now, there's only two options. There's DirectX and there's OpenGL. Long story short, you want to use OpenGL. Why this is the case? Because this is the universal way that most applications will read the normal map. Okay, and this normal map format is universal for video games, for 3D packages and whatnot, whatever else. So OpenGL. DirectX is specifically for certain game engines and or certain applications that read the normal map the other way. Okay, and the other way specifically meaning the Y or the green channel, or the Y channel they call it. But anyway, choose OpenGL. Okay, and then if you're curious as to why that's going on, I can show you next time. But choose OpenGL. And you also want to turn this checkbox on, compute tangent space per fragment. Okay, so we can get a more accurate calculations when we're generating maps and things like this. All right. And then from here, that's it. You hit OK. So just try to remember this setup here. You can even take a screenshot or something like that, just so you know next time.
Is the UV tile not important?
The UV tile workflow, you can just leave this alone,
Okay.
because it should be on by default anyway. We don't have to turn this off, even if we have something called UDIMs, or sorry, whether we do have something called UDIMs or we don't. This will just needs to remain as is. That way, you know, we don't.
Mine is turned off, and I never touched it. So.
Oh, okay. Later on, when we're going to be using UDIMs, you might want to turn it on. You have the option of turning it off, but for our case, just you can leave it on if you like. All right. We're only going to be using one UV tile, which means we don't really need this. Okay. So anyway, just hit OK after this. It shouldn't be there shouldn't be any more. So hit OK. All right, and then you should get Surfrog like this. So just like how you're able to rotate around your model, it's Alt left click to kind of rotate, Alt middle click to pan, and then Alt right click to zoom, and then hold Shift, hold right click to rotate your environment map. So remember HDRI maps, you guys, the one that we were making last week in Maya. You can change your HDRI map here as well by going to the display settings. So on the top right hand column here, okay, you have this TV looking icon on this sort of really slim right column. You can left click on that and then go to this environment map section, environment settings, environment map section. Left click on this panorama default map, and then you can choose another map in here. So I usually like to choose a more neutral colored and HDRI or a high dynamic range image to represent my lighting setup. Why that's the case is because I want to see my colors properly, the purest way I can see my colors. So in my case, I can choose either Studio 1, 3, 5, even this automotive neutral if you really like that. It's more like a top-down, big soft light type of lighting situation. There's also Tomoko, which we've tried last week as well in Maya. So that's up to you whichever one you want to try. But the whole idea is you're choosing the one that's the most neutral, cool color. So you don't want any tint like yellow or blues. You don't want any other, color that's inspired by the HDRI light. You just want white and black if possible.
And you don't want something that'll throw off your coloring.
That's right. You absolutely don't want to do that. Okay. So here it is. Okay, now we're going to talk about mesh maps. And mesh maps are, to simply put it, you need these mesh maps in order for you to start generating and using some of the tools that Substance Painter has to offer. So if you're going to be using any procedural effects, right? For example, adding dirt on creases or adding scratches on edges, or using the physics brush, all these features will require you to make mesh maps. And you'll understand, hopefully, as we go ahead and just do this. When we start to create stuff, you'll see the reason why you'll need the mesh maps is because the procedural effects and whatever options we're using is actually driven by the maps that we're going to be generating. Okay, so to generate our mesh maps, what you want to do is you want to go to our texture set settings. Okay, so right here, texture set settings tab. Okay, and it looks like this. So you have, let me just move this and make this smaller So then you'll see the window a little bit better. So it looks like this, texture set settings. If it's not sitting here, well, you could try to find it under window, views, and then texture set settings. Okay, so it lives here. I'm going real slow here, you guys. That way everybody understands this part. It's like a foundational thing to know. So you have to make sure you know you get this part. So again, that's Windows, views, and then texture set settings. If your texture set settings is not visible in the viewport. Okay, so here, all of this first half is just like kerfuffle. We don't really need to know all this part. We can. It's sort of advanced, but we don't have to worry about this. So just ignore that first part. What we need to worry about is the mesh maps part, mesh maps portion, which is the bottom portion of this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and click on that bake mesh maps button right here. So yeah, so this one here. So you guys make sure you click that. Just go ahead, click that, and then you get a floating window like this. Whoop.
Yep.
For those who didn't see, we're supposed to click. There you go. All right, so our output size here will be 2K as well. So at the top here, you have your baking options now. And what we're going to do is we're going to bake the information from the high res to the low res. Okay, because we have a high res, right? We downloaded that. We're going to bake that information to the low res. So it'll make the low res look like the high res. Okay. So our output size here is at 512. So we're going to set that up to 2K. So 2048. So remember, everything's 2048. This dilation width, you guess it's kind of just like a fancy name, really. But this is shell padding. All right. And to do a very dirty explanation of what shell padding is. So imagine if your shell, if this was your shell here. So let's just do like a random UV shell. So let's say that's your UV shell. What frame padding is based on that value, 32, based on also the size, it's just saying that there's a little bit of a buffer that happens when we generate this map over top of your UV shell. So meaning they're doing a texture bleed starting from the edge, okay, of the shell and 32, the value of 32, whether that's I guess pixel spaces or something. I honestly have no clue. But that frame padding there of 32 is just a buffer or a color spill past the UV border. That way you're not getting any texture seams. Okay, so it's just a way of blending the seams together. Okay, so but anyway, that's what dilation width is. So if 32 is too much, you can always turn that down by half. So 16. Okay, but never go any lower than 8. 8 would be kind of like your minimum. Okay, 6 to 8 would be your minimum, and then don't go any lower than that. 16 or 32 is good. So make sure you set that up properly. Okay, so the next part here will be choosing our high definition mesh. And currently this is the box that will list all of our high definition meshes. We have nothing there. So what we want to do is click this tiny button. If you hover your mouse over this button, it'll tell you high definition meshes. Okay, that means you're able to left click on it and then load it. Okay, so again, it's this little button. Blink. Click that. Okay, now locate your real frog high object. So let's go ahead and hit open. Okay. So when you hit open, then this path will pop up there, and it'll path to this HReal frog high. All right. So these are your common parameters here. All right. One last thing before we kind of go into more details about this, which we probably won't. If we get artifacting and problems, then we might, and I might explain to you a couple of things. But the last thing we want to do here in the common settings, in the common parameters, so here at the top, you can left click on this arrow to expand and contract the parameters. Okay, just showing that you're able to do that. There is this anti-aliasing section here, and it's currently set at none. So if it's at none, you're gonna get jagged transitions from one area to another, very jagged, pixelated looking. So you want to be able to smooth those transitions by increasing the anti-aliasing. I believe every young person here understands what anti-aliasing is because you guys use it in video games all the time, right? So
it's too bad I'm an old fart.
No, I'm sure you know. I'm sure you know. Did you know gamers like were average to be around like something like late 30s and 40s? Like the real gamers, like the serious ones. I don't know, that could be tipping at this point.
I don't know. I'm more of a console gamer, so I guess I'm not part of the master race.
But you should know anti-aliasing. So it's just basically saying we're gonna smooth the pixels, right?
I don't know what it does.
Yeah.
So.
It's just smooth the pixels. That's it. Okay.
Oh,
so
okay.
Yeah, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna smooth the pixels. Okay. I just at least do something, right? I got 2x2. 4x4 is usually what I would choose. Takes a little bit more computing time, honestly. So I would probably stay away from that for now. Something 2x2 should be okay. All right. And if you watch the left-hand side here, the column here, you'll see that we have some options with regards to what we're actually generating. Okay. So in this little box, we're generating in a normal map, world space normal, IED, ambient occlusion, curvature, position, thickness. Okay, so I don't want to bore you too much there. I'm going to show you a slide later on as to what this does. But I just want to show you guys and let you know that the reason why we're generating all this stuff is because we need it in order for us to start making procedural functions and, all this masking stuff and all the features that Substance Painter needs. All right. So all of it is checked on. Okay. If none of it is checked or some are, not checked, make sure you tick the boxes on. And then what you want to do is just at the bottom right, you just want to go ahead and left click on that bake selected textures. Okay. Just go ahead and do that. Bottom right, bake selected textures and watch it go. So it's going to start generating these textures from the high resolution that we uploaded there, okay, that we referenced. So all this information will be used by Substance, right? Position maps, curvature, thickness, ambient occlusion, ID not so much, but because we only have one asset, but normal map for sure and world space normal. So these are just the information that Substance are going to be using. Again, I'm going to sound like a broken record because people have asked me before and they're like, how do you do this at like class 4 or something like that, or class 5? Like, how come I can't paint or do anything of that? Well, it's because you haven't generated your mesh maps. So first thing, start a new project and then generate your mesh maps. Okay, let's hit OK. So it seems like it's done. You see that load bar is at 100%. Hit OK. And we have our high-res frog mesh applied to our low-res, right? So even if I turn on my wireframe, so I'm just going to press 4 on my keyboard. 4 is just to enable this option called polygon fill, which we'll cover today. Mine's at 50%. Yeah, that's okay. So just let it render and process.
Every computer is going to come out at different speeds. So.
Yep, for sure. Some will take a little bit longer than others. Some will just be like lightning quick. So that's just up to your rig. So
yeah, mine went faster than yours did, actually.
Yeah, there you go. Right. So it really depends, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you just want to generate it. That's really just
once
comes
it's
down
done,
to it.
it's done.
Yeah, exactly. You do it once and that's it. Okay. There will be cases where you'll have to do it a couple times. But in our case, we will not going to be doing that. We just do it once, should be fine. These simple assets, do it once, it should be fine.
Pardon me.
Yeah, no worries. What's going on?
It's Rob. Just letting you know. Sorry about showing up late. I had a long night at work.
Awesome. Well,
Just
good
woke
to have
up.
you here. Yeah, thanks for being here, Rob. Thanks for getting up and being here with us. So, yeah, so just gonna mark you in the attendance. So saving. All right. So
I don't got the geo on mine.
what do you mean? What do you mean, Nick?
The red mesh that you have on your frog, I don't have the same red mesh.
Okay, so just press 4 on your keyboard. By the way, you guys, at the top here, underneath the, well, actually, you know what? Adobe has it layered on the side, I believe. But these tools up here below the menu, so these particular tools right here, but these are your the tools that you're going to be using, similar to what Photoshop has to offer. You know, for example, stamp and eraser and pan, all that stuff. We don't have certain features like move, you know, warp, you know, not in this version anyway. But these ones here, if you have the Adobe version, they're sort of laid out wherever they're laid out. I think they're laid out to the side or something like that, on the side tab here, side column. Yeah. So anyway, if you press 4 on your keyboard, that should enable your line fill or your wireframe. And all of these correspond to a number. So our brush is number 1, and then eraser number 2, projection is 3, polygon fill is 4, smudge is 5, stamp is 6, so on and so forth, right? So all of these just correspond to a number. Yeah, so hit 4. Nice. Yep, there it is. Pixel blending with anti-aliasing and without. Okay, so everybody should be here at this stage. Okay. So I'll let you guys kind of maybe give you guys like another 30 seconds or something like that to get to this stage. But this is the part that's critical to be in. And you can't really start anything if you haven't generated your mesh maps. In a sense that if you do want to use all the other features that Painter has to offer, you have no choice. You're gonna go ahead and you're gonna need to make the mesh maps. Now, in other cases, you would not need to have a high resolution mesh. And if you don't have a high resolution mesh, there is a checkbox right here, and it's called use low poly mesh as high poly mesh. So if you did not have a high resolution mesh, you can use your low poly mesh. So the same mesh, basically, you're using the same mesh that you uploaded. You use the same mesh that you uploaded as your high res. Okay. Now, of course, if it's the same mesh, you're not gonna get any of this kind of detail that we now have in comparison to, let's just say, our low res. So this here is our low res, right? And with the normal map applied, this is the high res, right? So if you didn't have the high res mesh, then you're only gonna get something smooth like this, and you're not gonna get any more than that. Okay, so just clarifying that for everybody. Okay. All right, so let's move on to the actual painting part. All right. So here we go. There's usually a layer 1 that's in your layers window. Layer 1, you never really need layer 1. Layer 1 is just an empty layer that is like a free-for-all type of layer, and you don't need that. It usually comes with a the layers tab always usually comes with a layer 1. You don't really need a layer 1. You just delete that one. Okay, so you can have like no layers in the list, and your canvas will look fine. Okay, so it's not like you broke something. So we're just deleting that layer 1. So as we've mentioned before, when you're creating a new layer, you always want to create a fill layer, and that is this. So it's just this bucket looking icon that's got like a drop on the bottom right side-ish. So a fill layer is a very versatile layer. Okay, so always create a fill layer, and the icon of the fill layer should show like this. Now an empty layer is this. So this paint layer here, that's just exactly what it is, just an empty paint layer. You can do whatever you want in that paint layer. You can add anything you want in that layer. However, it's the drawback is you won't be able to necessarily edit it properly. Once you've painted it, it's kind of stuck. You can't procedurally edit it. Okay, so that's a big drawback. So don't do that. You don't need to do that. You have so much more potential with creating. You have so much more potential by creating a fill layer. There is a place though for empty paint layers, because if you do end up wanting to create some custom painting on top of your regular painting, then you can certainly use this. Okay, but remember, it can't be edited. That's just the way it is. So if you're gonna do anything like finishing touches or any changes very quickly and it's quick and dirty, you don't really want to edit it, then you're gonna choose this empty layer. But if you can, as much as possible, use a fill layer. Okay, so let's go ahead and double click on this. Let's double click on the name to rename this. I'm gonna call this base layer or base. Okay. And if you have this layer selected here, we have currently all of these PBR properties that's available for us. So remember, we talked about last week, there's 3 very important, or the week before that, there's 3 very important PBR properties that we need to make sure we have, and that's color, roughness, and metalness. Okay, so we're not going to cover height today. So what we're going to do is we're going to just disable that. We're going to left click on height, and we're also going to disable normal map. We're not going to add normal map to each of these layers that we're creating. So we're always just going to have color, roughness, metalness. Okay, color, roughness, metalness all the time. Okay, and that should you should be able to control the metalness, roughness, and base color for each layer that you're going to be creating. Okay, and which will then alter and edit the final look of the base layer, final look of the roughness layer, and as well as the final look of the metalness layer. Okay, so now we've made a base layer here. Okay, and then here we can just change this to any color we want. Maybe, you know, you have like kind of like a dark olive, or maybe something like this. Like, yeah, that's kind of a pretty neat color. Right, so change this to this color. Okay, maybe you have an overall roughness or overall shininess, right, of something like 0.1.16. Okay, so very shiny. Okay, so it's just a wet frog. Okay, and obviously he's not metallic, so you just make sure you leave your metalness value at 0. All right, so that would be the initial setup of anything, right? You start a new scene, you generate your mesh maps, and then you create some kind of base layer, so you can at least add some kind of color to the entire mesh, whatever it may be. Find a neutral color. It just depends on what you're going to be painting, right? And what color this object is, how shiny it is it metallic or non-metallic? So you've made your base layer there. All right. Now, I want to show you guys what's going on with the maps that we've gone ahead and generated. At the top right-hand corner of this viewport, you'll see this drop-down called Material. Okay, and that drop-down is really like a previewing, almost like isolating those maps that you've gone ahead and generated. All right, and this includes also the maps that you'll be exporting out of here. Okay, so just go ahead and left click on that. So now we'll see a few things in here. You have a lighting preview material, meaning that's just the sum of everything. So whatever you're seeing in my viewport right now, that's the sum of everything. And that's under the material preview. Now, if you go to this single channel section, so this here is a lighting section. This is a single channel section. In here, you have base color, height, roughness, metallic, normal, and normal height and mesh. So if you select base color, you'll only see the current color that we set, which is green. Okay, so this is isolating the channel for the color only. Okay, so if you added other colors in here, this is where it'll reflect, and only base color. Likewise with roughness. Okay, so this is our current roughness value of 0.16, and you're seeing it here. This is what we're seeing here on our screen. And then metalness. Does anyone want to guess what metalness will look like?
Black.
It'll look black, right? Because you have a value of 0. So if I go ahead and left click on metalness, you'll just have a black frog. Okay, so that's just a preview of the metalness values, like the visual preview of it. All right. So you can also view your normal map, which you don't have, because remember our normal map, we don't have any normal maps currently applied to this guy, but we're able to see the normal, height, and mesh. So meaning the generated normal maps that we generated earlier right here. So under your bake mesh maps, all of these got filled, right? If you ever lose one of these, you can just, let's say you lost one of them and you have select normal map available here. So earlier it was empty. Now it got filled after we've gone ahead and generated. You can just go to your project shelf, find the normal map. If you have your mouse over these previews, it'll give you an idea of what it is. This normal map usually looks blue. Left click and drag that over the select normal map. And then that should just fill in the blanks for this. So this will serve as the normal map. Okay. Then you can go back to the material preview. So you always, when you're painting, you're always at the material preview. However, if you do want to isolate the single channels or the property channels here of whatever you have in total, like the sum of all of the, let's say, base colors, then you can go into here and then choose your base color. Okay. So the shortcut with sifting through the channels is C. C for cat on your keyboard. So if you press C, you're able to cycle, right? You can see it's cycling here between base color, height, roughness, metalness, normal, and normal height mesh. Okay. And if you ever want to go back to the material preview, you want to press M. M for mama.
How did you get that normal map or the map window?
Material.
To the left?
Oh, this right here?
Yeah.
That's under the projects in the shelf. So if you're
How
using,
about for Adobe?
so if
Sorry,
you,
how about for Adobe?
yep. So what was that? Is that Nick?
Yeah, how about for Adobe? I think you were just gonna answer it.
Yep. So for Adobe, you're not gonna see any words like this. However, at the top of the shelf, you're gonna see little icons. Okay. And at the top of the little icons, you should, if you hover your mouse over those icons, you should get a name like this. Okay. And you should just go ahead and find the word project, and it's going to sit. Your normal map will be sitting inside that shelf. Okay. So it's the only difference between Substance Painter and Substance Painter from Algorithmic and versus the Adobe version is that they got rid of the names and instead they turned it into icons. I'm not necessarily a fan of that, just because sometimes it's just so much easier to read what the shelf is. I don't have to hover over the icons. They think it's more efficient because it's an icon. It's just like a tiny dot that you just go ahead and, left click. But if you are not aware of what the icons are yet, just hover your mouse over those icons at the top of the shelf, and you should be able to find projects. Okay, and when you do find
Project, there's just like beside all libraries, like there's like an arrow, and
yeah,
then you just press it, and then project is over there.
there you go. Yeah, so there you go. So you should be able to find it there, and it's just all there already. And when you do find it, go to the project and then find the normal map, left click and drag that in your mesh maps.
I have
Assuming
no projects found.
what was that? Sorry, Nick.
Sorry, it says no projects found.
Okay, my oh damn.
Did you bake your mesh maps already?
I suppose so, because I got the frog on and everything.
Okay, so it looks like mine currently.
Exactly.
Man.
Except that it's really hard to pin down that shade of green.
Yeah, no, it doesn't necessarily have to be like mine. Like, it's just,
No, I know.
yeah. See if mine will fire up. Probably won't.
But I find all that in my mesh maps. Anyways, all the
normal
Versus-
map stuff.
yeah.
Yeah. So the same thing, right? As long as you don't go ahead and close, you don't close any of these, you don't get rid of the mesh maps, it should be all there. But if you do want to access any of the project files that lives inside the shelf, then it will be under the project section of the shelf. What you could also do is another fancy thing that you could do is you can go to the top of the search bar and search project. Okay, and then you should be able to get your custom project files in there. Right, search project, hit enter. Okay, and you should be able to get it. Now the shelf here, I really would want to go dive deep into this thing. But I just encourage you to go ahead and just click the buttons and see what they'll do. Okay. Honestly, easier for you to explore, the buttons. And I'm just letting you know that these buttons are here. Click it, and see what will happen. You won't necessarily do anything to your mesh because the library will just allow you to sift through the options that you have when it comes to your tools. And that's available here on the shelf. So, as long as you don't left click and drag and apply something to your mesh and just look at the shelf functions and any of the information that's sitting inside the shelf, then it should be good. So explore a little bit and check out the shelf and what he has to offer. Right, so click around and stuff. So if you left click on this filter editor, there's a little funnel there that you should have as well. So that's both for Adobe and Algorithmic. You should be able to see some of the options very similar to what the shelf has to offer here on the side with the words. So you can check that out as well. So again, this filter editor is like a funnel. Okay. Oh yeah, so the last part I wanted to show you was the mesh maps that we've gone ahead and generated. So we covered lighting material, and then we had the single channels for all the PBR properties. Okay, the last part here are the mesh maps. Okay, so we have mesh maps here, and we have normal, world space, ID, AO, curve, position, thickness. All right, so let's go ahead and left click on normal. Okay, and then left click on world space. Looks like that. Okay, ID. There's nothing in ID. It's just because it's just one object.
Thickness is cool.
Yeah, thickness is cool. Yeah, curvature. Curvature is a big one because curvature is required for creating edges. Position, this just tells substance which one is bottom, which one's the top. Thickness is pretty straightforward. Which part is the thin parts, which ones are thicker parts. To sift through the mesh maps quickly, the shortcut is B. B as in banana. So if you press B on your keyboard, then you're able to sift through all the mesh maps. And then if you want to go back to the material mode, press M. All right, so get used to the looks of each of these, you guys. So normal map, just to do a little bit of an overview as to what these guys will do. Normal maps will bend the light, okay, making the viewer think that the surface is high resolution, but it isn't. And it's just a fake way of telling the audience that this is a high res, but really it isn't, because we know for sure that if we turn the wireframe on, we normally would not have. Maybe we should do a mask or something. Normally we wouldn't have, you know, all that detail embedded in the low res. So it's just making the viewer think that this thing is a high resolution mesh. All right. World space normal, that's just the normal position of each of the parts based on the world, or the world's positioning and the 3D world space. So if we're talking about normal map, that's just the local position, meaning the positions of the, let's say, this particular normal angle, or this particular vert within this asset only. Okay, that would be a tangent space or local space normal, but world space normal is considering the actual virtual 3D space. Okay. ID will be used for choosing particular parts of a mesh. Let's say, for example, if the eye is separate, I can choose a different ID color. Let's just say the ID color will be red, and then the body color will be, let's say, gray. And then if I'm gonna be, let's say, a bucket filling, okay, different sections, I can choose the particular red color of the eye, choose that ID color, and fill, let's say, material fill that red color section with this material, or with this, you know, smart material or something like that. So ID is very important to be able to distinguish the different parts of that mesh, assuming it's separated. So in this case, we only have one mesh. The eye is integrated, so we can't do that. But later on, when you have, you know, more than one piece, 2 or even up to like 50, okay, 50 pieces on the scene, you're able to separate them out using the ID map. Okay, just ID maps will just separate the sections into different colors. Ambient occlusion shows you the nice shadowed areas, shadowed creases where light might not pass through. Okay, now this is just sort of like a dummy map, just a generated ambient occlusion map that could possibly be you know, feasible in real life. But what ambient occlusion map will do is it will just try to darken some of the creases and pits and all that stuff. So if you want to go ahead and generate shadows, or if you want to generate, you know, crease details, right, or pit details, the ambient normal map, ambient occlusion map will be able to help you pinpoint those areas. Curvature will deal with the corners, okay, and as well as the cavities, the fine cavities. So if you're going to be adding any details on some of the edges and corners, as well as these really tight cavities, the curvature map is what Substance will use to pinpoint where those areas are. Position, straightforward. What's the top? What's the bottom? Front, back, left and right sides. Okay. And then thickness, straightforward as well. What's the black is usually the areas where it's feeling a little thin. White areas are the parts that are feeling broad and thick. Okay. Now, it's not going to be precise, of course. We always use our human judgment as to which parts are really thick, which parts are really thin. And that's just up to us to dictate to Substance Painter that, hey, listen, this part is actually thick, this part is actually thin. So that's just up to us. But the thickness map is here to help us get a general look. Okay. It's just assuming, the computer is assuming that these areas are what they are, unless we point that out specifically. Okay, so
Quick question, please.
yeah, go ahead. What's the question?
I right-clicked on my viewport and a pop-up came up and I can't close it now.
Oh, just left click in the viewport. So you right click on the viewport, you have this, right? And this is the layers. Correct?
Yep.
Yeah, and then just left click outside of that.
Oh, okay, I thought I had to put it back to the
You're
My
dragging
bad.
it like this?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just the left click. And that'll remove. Because essentially when you're working here, right, and you're going you're painting, and then you just want to access your layers, you just right click, and then you can access your layers.
Okay,
here.
makes sense.
Yeah, but you don't really, just if you do it by accident, it's just a left click on the empty gray area here. Cool. So, what I'd like you guys to do is choose a frog. Okay, you can go on the internet, find the frog that you really like. Okay, so do that in just a few seconds here after I introduce masking. Okay, and I want to introduce masking to you before we go on break here, and it should be just less than 10 minutes, so that should be pretty straightforward. Now, you guys understand what masking is. I hope for those who have used Photoshop before, masking is a must. Okay, masking is used everywhere where you're using Substance, whichever program. Okay, Adobe, any of them. Masking is a critical and foundational function tool to hide and conceal certain areas and reveal and show certain areas. Okay, so to recap what masking is, if you choose a white value, that is to reveal. Okay, so that means to show. If you chose a black value, 100% black, that is to hide or conceal. Anywhere in between the two values will partially show or partially hide. Depends on how you look at it. So we have masking, and we use masking all the time when it comes to painting and hand painting here in Substance Painter. So let's go ahead and start a new layer. Okay, and then I'm gonna call this one test. All right, and I'm only going to work with color, so I'm gonna disable height, rough, metal, and normal. And I'm gonna choose the color maybe like ochre. Okay, so what I could do with the layer now is I'm gonna right click on the layer, and then I'm gonna choose black mask. Remember, white is to reveal, black is to conceal. I tend to mostly conceal everything first and then show it, okay, via brush painting, okay, or another procedure. But I always conceal it first, okay? And so I'm gonna go ahead and choose black mask. And then that should have hidden all of the yellow parts. Now, I want you to pay attention to this very closely because people get confused here. They're going, okay, how do I select my layer? What you do is select your layer here, okay? And then you get your layer properties, right, in your properties. If you select your mask here, okay, then you'll get your mask options, okay? Your painting, okay? The stencils, all this stuff, your brush options. So if you see the blue highlight around either the mask or blue highlight around the layer, that's what you have selected. Don't be confused as to which one is which, okay? Again, make sure you have your either your layer selected or your mask selected. So either of the two. So to paint on the mask itself, make sure you select the mask. Okay. Once you have the mask selected, then choose your paintbrush or select number 1 on your keyboard, and then start painting. Okay. So currently it's set at white. Okay, and this is to reveal. All right. And remember, white to reveal, black to conceal. White to reveal, black to conceal. In your properties painting options, because you have your mask selected, at the very bottom you have a grayscale value of how you want to paint, how you want to go ahead and paint this mask. Okay, you can either have it at white at 1 or bring it back down to 0 to hide and conceal. So you can now go to your viewport and hide some of this stuff. Okay. So again, I can go back up to 1, okay, and then reveal, and then I can even do maybe near and close to black, and then slowly fade this out. Maybe like I don't want, I don't want to completely erase all, right? I just want to partially erase. Okay. Now, if you really want to see what's going on with the mask, the shortcut is Alt left click the mask. Alt left click the mask. Boop. And then you can see what's going on with the mask. So I can now turn around. Alt left click the mask. And if you want to go back to the regular material view, press M. And that mask, remember earlier we're talking about the shortcut for the mesh map is B. And the shortcut for the single channels is C. The moment you make a mask, you'll get a single channel which is called mask right here. So whichever layer you have selected, it'll actually filter the mask for you. So make sure that you have a layer selected, and it'll just actually isolate that mask for you right there. Anyway, the shortcut is Alt left click the mask, and then you can preview that. And if you ever want to go back to material mode, you want to select layer or press M on your keyboard. Either way. Okay, so remember, black is to conceal, white is to reveal. Okay, and then if you left click on your mask, remember, make sure it's selected. Then at the very bottom of that options, you have your grayscale value. You can choose a white value to reveal. And then take that slider, go set it all the way back down to black, and then you could conceal and hide that. Okay, or partially, right? Reveal, partially conceal. Okay, that's just up to you what you want to do. Okay. Last shortcut, promise. Last shortcut. You can flip between the white value and black value by pressing X on your keyboard. So I'm currently painting white, and if I want to quickly switch to black, press X, and then you'll see there at the top right-hand corner of my preview, it switches from white to black very quickly, and then I can hide that part. Okay, press X, and then it'll paint over, and then press X to hide. Okay, so in reality, when you have multiple colors, light blue, blue, green, orange, brown, whatever color you're going to be using to paint this frog, okay, you're going to have a lot of layers. So make sure you name each layer. You can name the layer red color, white, black, brown, whatever, okay? And then you'll end up layering them properly. And this is the time where you can mess around with the layering positions and things like that. So this will be a perfect exercise. So what I'd like you to do is, before you go on break, okay, is find a frog, okay, that you think has a really cool pattern or something like that. Find that internet, Google, Pinterest, or wherever, and choose one, And what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and apply that pattern or that paint onto the current frog that you have there on your scene. So in the frog assets link that I sent earlier, there are some options in there. If you're sort of being too lazy to go and search the internet, you could go ahead and open that reference samples folder and sift through here. You know, maybe you'll like some of these guys or any of these guys. You're going to go ahead and paint them. Okay. Be aware of the nuances. Okay. And I want you to go into detail. Okay. I don't want you to just stick around, pick two colors, and then that's it. Okay. You know, be aware of the nuances, like the way the greens are fading, the way, you know, let's just say if you observe the spot here, the spot has a very harsh transition from the actual spot itself to like the main sort of brown base color. Okay. You know, watch out for like the faded white areas and like the faded green areas, right? So be very observant about, you know, some of the patterns that you're seeing. Okay. So I don't want a two-tone frog. Okay. If you give me a two-tone frog, just like a brown and like a black one, you might fail. Okay. Just telling you that. So I want you to be aware of the different colors. Okay. This is texturing after all. Okay. And you're going to have multiple colors in here. All right. So probably like a minimum of 5, right? 5 or 6. You know, the eye is also a very interesting place to, you know, to start painting as well, because you have, you know, these little dots and you have all that stuff. So anyway, pick a frog first. That's the most important. And when we get back from break, we can talk about, you know, the layering system, maybe how to organize the layers, you know, what should be on top of what, maybe some functions that we could apply on the layers themselves or on the mask themselves in order for us to achieve certain looks that we want. Okay. But for now, pick a frog. Okay. And then when we get back from break, then you'll be able to start painting. Okay. And then we're going to show you some tips and tricks and maybe some of the things that you could do to make your frog a little bit better. But yeah. So again, no two-tone frogs. I've seen it. Okay. I'm over it.
Even the two-tone ones will have slight variations between them.
That's
so
right. That's right.
You'd have to blend it properly.
That's right. So there's some fades, right? There's some color variations, you know, here and there. So as a texture artist, why this exercise is so important is because this would be the perfect example of not having so much detail on the surface like bumps and stuff. We already took care of that with the neural map. This time we're taking care of values. We're taking care of different color variations. We're taking care of like layering and how that would work. 'Cause this is the perfect type of assignment to try this. All right. So yeah. So go ahead and choose your frog. Right. You don't necessarily have to start right now. You can apply whatever you learned already thus far. If you want to start texturing, go ahead. But we'll be taking a break at 7:30, and then we'll be back at 8 o'clock. And if you have any questions, let me know.
Harold, when I put my fill bucket, it gives me a ball. Is that because I'm in Adobe? Yours has a bucket still? Fill later?
I'm not really.
Mine doesn't show the bucket on there. Mine, you actually have to click it to.
Well, no, mine shows a ball, but his shows a bucket, and I'm still putting add fill later, but it shows a little ball instead, like a sphere.
I'm a bit confused. Do you want to share your screen, please?
Sure.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is I got balls here where yours has fill bucket.
Okay.
So,
yeah, so it's just a preview for me. Yours is actually better. I'm not getting a preview for mine, but that's the same thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing or anything like that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yours is actually better because you got the preview.
Is that what updates do then? They make them better?
Not necessarily. No, not every update is better. But the current Substance Adobe version, they do a better job creating a material preview. That's what you're trying to show me there. Material
Yeah.
preview on the actual layer itself. Mine is just a fill bucket. It's just a more efficient way of displaying the layer. But yeah, the Adobe ball preview is honestly better, in my opinion. But
And
it's the
then
same.
when I went to like reveal or whatever, it was going white instead of going to the yellow off of the green. You know what I mean? Like when you were showing us how you can reveal the color underneath. You put a mask on, right? A black mask on, so it went green. So then when you use your draw pen or whatever, mine was just going white instead of revealing the color underneath.
Well, no. Okay, so let me recap what's going on here. So my layer, when I made my layer, it's color like ochre. It's got this kind of orange color. Okay, so orange yellow.
Yeah, I did that.
Yeah, and then when I have my mask selected, okay. So remember, if I had it at black, it will hide that ochre color. Right?
Are you showing your screen still?
Sorry?
Are you showing your screen? I can't see it.
Oh yeah, sorry. It's my bad. So let's do that again. So we have our layer here. So I currently have my layer selected and I have a ochre color, right? And if I have my mask, okay, I'll left click on my mask with the grayscale value of a white mask, right? Then I'm able to reveal whatever is in this layer, okay, not the one underneath it, because I'm not erasing. I'm only simply adding and or hiding and revealing this particular layer, right? So and if I had it
black reveals or white reveals?
So white will reveal and then black will conceal. Yeah. So now if I set that to black, I'm able to erase, right? Erase and or conceal away. Okay, so I'm trying to be like, I'm trying not to use the word erase, because erase would be to completely obliterate, right? Like remove. I understand sort of like the complexity of it, but the proper term would be to conceal it, meaning to hide it away. It's still there. It's just that it's partially hidden, right? Or partially revealed. So yeah. So mess around with this for now. If it's a little bit too confusing, just make a layer, and then make a right click on the layer, create a black mask. And if you think that, oh, I messed up, you could actually remove the mask for now. Right click on the mask and then select this, remove mask. Okay, so you can remove the mask and then do it again. So now you have an empty layer. Right click on the empty layer and then add a black mask. Okay, and then you can start painting. Okay, and see what happens. You can then remove the layer again, and then this time maybe make a white mask. Okay, so white will reveal. Remember, if you do a white mask, and if you actually look at what the mask is doing, see, it's all white, meaning it'll reveal all the colors of this particular layer, which is the ochre color. Now, if you have a value of black, however, if the flood or if the flooded value is white, then you can erase certain portions and it will reveal the green underneath. Okay, so it just depends on how you look at it, right? But this is the part that you really have to master, the masking part. Because once you have this down, everything else is pretty easy. Procedural, very easy. You can grab your sliders and stuff like that. But you really have to understand how you can use your masking to take advantage of this layering system. Okay, so once you have that down, it should be really confusing. But anyway, today's assignment should be a good exercise for you to practice all this stuff. So, okay.
How about one more thing?
Yep.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
It says I have no grayscale no resource selected for my grayscale.
Particularly where?
Well, my screen doesn't pop up with the grayscale at the bottom. I have to like go under properties, like I guess how it's set up.
Yep.
But then when I get to the grayscale, it says no resource selected.
So do you want to share your screen again? That way I could pinpoint
Sure.
exactly what's going on. Yeah, thank you.
So right here, no grayscale selected.
So pick your brush because you're currently on eraser mode. So at the
Oh.
top left-hand corner, choose your paintbrush. So, or press 1 on your keyboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so now it should be there at the bottom. Oh, wait, no. You made a new layer. So you want to get rid of that layer. Yeah, okay. Then go to the bottom. Yeah, okay. So you're at eraser again. Press 1 on your keyboard.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Get out of there. Hold on, get out of there. Press 1. Yeah, there you go. So now you should have the grayscale.
Okay, cool.
There you go. Yeah, because you're currently at eraser earlier.
I couldn't figure that out.
It's all right. It's confusing at first, so it shouldn't be a problem anymore. Yeah. All right.
I'm ready to.
Ready to conquer? All right. So we'll be back by I guess 8. Yeah. So 8:05. Sprites. Yeah. So we'll be back at 8:05, you guys. And we'll see you guys then. Take a break. Some of you guys don't take breaks, so help yourselves.
Yeah.
Take a break, and we'll see you guys at 8:05. All right, so we're just gonna go ahead and get started here with a short demo. So when you're texturing, you always want to think about the layering and how that will affect uh, your colors and your textures. So I'm going to choose this particular reference right here. You'll see that he has, different size details. I mean, we could really dive into this and talk about all the little things that he has. But first, what you want to observe here is the patterns. And this guy has big blotches, in contrast with the light brown base color. Okay. And those are sort of the key things that you'll notice here. The third thing that you'll notice is these sort of large, almost spill-like red color in certain parts of his body, particularly around the legs. So that's something that you got to go ahead and mimic. When you're painting or doing any texture painting like this, you always want to start from big to small. Okay, so I advocate that same type of principle when I'm sculpting or modeling or anything like that. Work from big to small. And we're looking at sort of the overall asset here. So we're gonna go with a brown, light brown base color with some darker brown spots. Okay, and then the more of very particular red sort of spilling areas around the legs, and maybe some subtle orange colors around the arms. Okay, so that's step number one. Step number two would be going into those shapes and then figuring out, okay, what can I add, to this information that I've already established. So within the light brown areas, there's smaller spots, so you're gonna go ahead and add those smaller spots. Around the main large spots, there's this kind of yellowish, like dirty white kind of border that you want to add around these brown spots. Even a lighter brown in the middle of the large dark brown splotch, right? So almost like ground or dirt rust color. So it's like yellowish red, right? That's seen in the middle of this splotch. There's even some darker browns that are inside these spots or these splotches. And then if you were to look at the orange reddish parts that are randomly sort of scattered around his body, it's not just red, it's got a little bit of yellow, right, around these parts. It's got a little bit of orange, right? It's got desaturated oranges, and then red, saturated reds, right? And then they sort of fade, right? So the center area is really saturated red, and then as it sort of makes its way out and towards the border of the of this reddish color, it becomes yellow and light orange and stuff like that. So that's something that you want to go ahead and incorporate. The eyes is also almost very similar to what was happening in the body there. But you can tell that there's clearly a hue shift between the eyes and the skin. So they're not necessarily the same. You can tell that the hue or the different the variation of color is very different between the skin and the actual eye itself, right? And then there's like the black part of the eyes, which is very critical. So that's what we're gonna go ahead and try to establish here. We're gonna try to capture all these things, okay? And I'm gonna end up focusing on maybe one area just so you know, you guys can see the idea of how I'm gonna be going ahead and creating this thing. But it's pretty straightforward, honestly. Once you understand how the layering system works, you know, it shouldn't be a surprise. And what I really would like you guys to do is when you're painting this stuff, go up close, you know? So if you're up this close to the asset, let's say you go this close to the eyes, you know, you should be able to see some information it doesn't necessarily have to be so crispy, but you have an understanding, and there's a separation between some of the values and the colors that you've created. You know, it's just something to show me that you understand what's going on with the layering system, as well as you know what's going on with how the colors are changing, and there's a variety of color hue shifts and value shifts, right? That's happening on the surface there. All right. So you may go ahead and attack it. And so one thing that I want to show you, of course, before you guys go ahead and fire up here, is I'm going to go ahead and start a fill layer. I don't know if I showed this to you guys before, but I'm going to go ahead and show this to you now. And then what I can do is I could make a folder. Okay. So in this folder, I can store certain layers. So you guys know how to do that in Photoshop. So here in Substance Painter, you can also do the same thing. You can just go ahead and beside this garbage bin icon, which is basically to delete a layer, there is a folder layer. You can left click on the folder layer. It'll create a folder for you. And then you could call this one base layers or something like that. And then you can left click and drag your fill layer in there. Now what you could do is actually control each layer to use each layer to control a specific property. For example, I'm going to call this one color. Okay, and I'm only going to be enabling color here. I'm going to disable height, rough, metal, normal, and then use only color to control this. Okay, same thing. I can just duplicate this, Control D, okay, to duplicate. And then this one I'm going to call spec or something, or roughness. So rough, and then I'm only gonna enable rough here, disable color, so I can control how shiny this guy is just using this one particular layer. And then so on and so forth. You can do metal. Yeah, he's not metallic, so I guess you could duplicate that. Call this metal, you know, and then just make sure that's 0, and then that's done. You don't have to change the metalness property anymore. It's just gonna be black. Okay, so base color, what you could do here, this is what I wanted to show you. You could actually left click the color swatch. Beside the color swatch preview, there's an eyedropper. You can left click and drag that over your reference. Something like this. So it'll actually color sample. This is the power of Python, okay? It'll actually color sample outside of Substance. Okay, you can even color sample your viewport if you want. Color sample your material up here, color sample anywhere, really, around the screen. So color sample, you know, maybe something that looks like that. Okay, is that close? It's okay. I would probably, you know, desaturate it a little bit. So desaturating just means that I'm going to go reduce the amount of color. So it's going to be a little bit towards white, and then make sure I'll darken it just a little bit like that. Okay, so that's my base color right there. So base color. Okay, so this is my base layer right here. I could just hide this, so I don't need that anymore. Okay, so in here, we can call this one spots. So we can call the folder spots. And then in the spots folder, we can go ahead and add a layer. And then I could grab this layer and drag and drop it into that folder. Okay, and then I can call this spots base. Okay, I'm only gonna dabble with color. Okay, so I can just disable height, rough, metal, normal, and then go ahead and I'm gonna left click and drag color sample, some kind of brown color on my frog here. So probably gonna go ahead and darken this a little bit just so it'll match. Saturate it some, darken it a little bit more. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a black mask on this spot's base layer. Okay, so because this will be my base layer for all the spots that I'm going to be creating. So create a black mask. So let's just work on the layers around the eyes here. Okay, so this is the fun part. I love this part. Okay, so with my mask selected, okay, and then with my pencil, or sorry, yeah, paintbrush selected, okay, make sure you press 1 on your keyboard. And so first press the mask, and then press the paint. Because if you press paint, say, for example, you're in this, the fill layer mode, and you have the fill layer selected, even if you press 1 here, nothing's going to happen. You can't paint anything. You can only paint when you have the mask selected. So always select the mask first. Okay. From here, you can go to your brushes in your shelf. So for me, it's in here on the left-hand side. I can just read the words here. The shelf, it'll be brushes. For you, it'll be, if you're using the Adobe, it'll just be an icon right at the top of the shelf here. You should be able to see like some kind of paintbrush icon, and then that should be your brushes. And then in here, remember, I have my mask selected, I have my paintbrush selected, and then I went ahead and found the brushes shelf. I can find a brush tip that I like. Okay, so maybe I like I don't know, maybe this artistic soft. Okay. And then I can just select it. And then once I've selected it, then I can make, these kind of textured or patterned brushes. Okay, so maybe I like artistic. Okay, or maybe I like something a little stronger, like charcoal. Okay, so that's just honestly up to you which one you want to use. So you can go ahead and do this. Right, so you could do this. Go ahead and create that. Okay, you could make the brush small and bigger by using the open and close brackets, just like very similar to Photoshop. Or up here, you can change the brush size. The top right, top left-hand corner of the viewport, you can see the size. Okay, you can set a particular value if you like. Okay, and then we can talk about brush sizes and stuff like that. Right, something like this. Okay, you can also enable symmetry. I mean, the mesh is not actually symmetrical, but you can press L on your keyboard. L. Okay, L for long. L for Larry. Whatever L stands for. All right, so anyway, you could enable symmetry, and then you could, work symmetrically, stuff like that. Okay, I'm not talking about precision here. I'm just talking about like, okay, just build the swatch, the splotches, so it's you have a general idea of what's going on. Yeah, so build all this up. Like even over the nose. You can even make random shapes for yourself if you like. It's not a problem. Okay, so do this. So if you focused on the legs here, so the same kind of deal. Here, one sec. I'll be back. Just one sec. Okay, so let's proceed here. So let's go ahead and create some patterns around the legs. You know, it's kind of rough around the legs like this. If you have a tablet or something like that, this stuff is like super perfect. Sometimes you have to add more, sometimes you have to add less of the patterns. Just, you know, whatever works for your frog. Remember, you want to vary up the size, vary up the thickness, you know, vary up the pattern, you know, if you can. Certain brushes are softer than others, so it's just up to you which one you want to go ahead and play around with. You know, I really like the charcoal brush just because of how strong it is, and it really shows a lot of contrast. So that's really up to you which one you want to go ahead and use. Let's keep making this stuff. all the way up and around. You may not get the same kind of reflection on the opposite side because it won't be like super perfect, but I mean it's good enough, right? It gets you to a good place. So, and if you have to do any edits, then you can just turn off your symmetry and then just kind of go with that. So turn off your symmetry, go with that, or just paint over. You know, up to you what you want to do.
I'll be honest, I'm not even using the symmetry.
Yeah, there you go. So sometimes, honestly, without symmetry, it works better. For me, it gives
Well,
you
in
a
the
lot
case
of
of
organic.
the toads and the frogs here, it's like it's a completely random pattern. There is no symmetry. So
Yep,
by
absolutely.
putting the symmetry in there, it almost looks wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
To me, anyway, I don't know.
Yeah, there's kind of ways to kind of cheat it, you know, like you only work on the symmetry on the legs and then the rest are like asymmetrical, you know, stuff like that. So it's like partially symmetrical.
Yeah, or keep it on for certain points and turn it off when you're doing detail work.
Yep, that's right. Okay, so that's that part. So that's the spots. And you can make another layer here. Well, actually, the red spots, the red marks, they're sort of in between the spots and the base layer. So we're going to go ahead and make a folder called reds. And this one in particular, we're going to go ahead and sample it right here. So you can see how saturated that is there. Maybe let's get the cement. If you select, so for example, there's a brush called Cement 2. And that one is particularly a soft brush like that. It's quite soft. It's too soft for me. So what you could actually do is change some of the brush properties. Okay, so again, with the mask selected, and then you have your paint brush selected, go to the brushes section of the shelves, pick Cement 2, okay? And if you now select the brush, you have certain properties up here. So you have your size, you have your flow, so you have your flow, and then you also have your opacity. Okay, so you see these are the basic brush settings. However, if you went to your properties window, you have more properties. Okay, so you have the first half here, you have your size, flow, stroke opacity, same thing that you have up here. But you can actually change your angle, the brush angle. You can add some randomness, like size randomness. So jitter is just another word for randomness. Flow randomness, angle randomness, position randomness. So you can mess around, you know, with these things. And then you can see if I'm messing around with the randomness up here, in this particular section, right, you can see that the preview will end up changing if I go ahead and, you know, change the the randomness of the flow, randomness of the size, you know, randomness of the spacing, all this stuff. So you can edit your brush properties up there. Okay, and then underneath that, you have a particular alpha selected, as well as, again, the grayscale value that you want to go ahead and mess with. So with this, I'm going to go ahead and increase my flow a little bit. So make that about 80. And then I'm going to remove the flow jitter a little bit. Change, okay, increase the angle jitter. Reduce that size jitter a bit. And then also reduce the position jitter. So it's just a little bit more controlled. So that feels much better for me. So it's stronger, but it still has a little bit of that pattern kind of going on. So let's go ahead and add that there. You know, maybe you want to maybe spread it around here. So remember, now that the reds are underneath the spots, I'm able to just kind of fill in the blanks here. Okay, maybe it's something like that. Okay, remember, I'm pressing X to invert my grayscale from reveal to conceal. Honestly, when it comes to hand painting, you can just do this for a long time and not notice the time. If you really like painting, oh my goodness, this is like a joy. But if you're new to this and you're not sure and you don't have the patience for this yet, I hope you build it. It's not necessarily like everyone's forte, you know, not everyone's cup of tea. I get it.
Maybe not, but who doesn't like coloring?
But it's exactly what it is, right? It's just like it's coloring. So but just a little bit more advanced compared to just like the good old paint, you know. Okay, so that's the colors on this side, right? Maybe I want to introduce some color just right up the leg up here. There has to be a reason why some of the colors are where they are. Maybe like this guy's legs are poisonous or something like that. I don't know in particular, but there's got to be a reason as to why some of their...
Usually the brighter colors mean they're venomous. So
That's
yeah,
right,
that's
yeah.
probably it.
Yep. So it's you know, very probable that that's the case. So you know, pay attention to that kind of thing. Yeah. So the more you know, right? Okay, so I think let's just say like we've established, you know, what we want for what's going on around the legs. Let's just say, let's go back to make the spots this time. So in the base layer, so reds. Okay, so let's go to the base layer here. You know what? We can make another folder and we call this one spots or something.
You have one called spots.
Oh, not spots, sorry. Maybe we'll call it a grain. So in here, so this is, you see the smaller, finer dots that covers the main brown color. That's what we're gonna try to make here. So in here, we're gonna go ahead and make a fill layer. Throw that into the grain folder.
They look like freckles.
Yeah, dots and freckles and all the fun stuff. So something like this, maybe. Okay, so for the sake of what Nick said, freckles, perfect for this description. Okay, black mask. Okay, so let's go ahead and find some kind of brush, like a spray brush or something, in my shelf. That could help mimic this. So maybe dots, dots like this. Maybe dots erased, dirt. One of these. Let's see if there's any other spot brushes that we can use, or freckles brushes or whatever. What's this? Kyle's real color salt. Spatter spread. Okay, so there's different kinds. Try them all out. Maybe even a variety of them. So we're gonna go ahead and change the size here at the top.
I guess it's the same cows list as Photoshop.
Same. Sorry.
The same color cows. They have that all in Photoshop. The whole paint brush kit.
Sort of, yeah, because they took the whole Kyle set and then they put it in here. What you could actually do is take a Photoshop like BPR brush and then throw it in here. It's pretty neat. So if you have particular brushes that you like to use in Photoshop, you could throw it into Substance, at least then, yeah, and enjoy that. So
cool.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. So it seems like there's a couple of brushes that we could play around with. So first, it's this real spatter, or yeah, spatter spread. So you can kind of make this, that, spread it all over the place here. We might have to change the color a little bit.
Like in Photoshop, can you just hit an affected area where it just doesn't go over the browns or whatever? Like mask kind of, but like, I don't know. I guess when you flip the layer under, it'll just affect one area only.
Yeah, and what I think what you're saying is what we've already established here, where if this grain or this freckles layer is underneath the reds and the spots, then that would mean it will affect sort of it wouldn't affect the reds and the spots, will only affect anything below it. So you have the freckles layer, it would only affect the base layer underneath.
My bad, I missed that. Of course.
That's all right. We gotta say it, so it's just the way it is. So here we go. So we're just making all that spatter. Okay, so it's not gonna be enough, this spatter. Like, it seems like we're gonna need to add another layer to make it feel like it's a little bit more dense. Really, really noisy. So we might have to add another brush here. So maybe we can kind of lighten this up. Yep. So I'm gonna duplicate this, select the layer, and then Control D. Okay. And then I'm gonna call this one. I'm gonna make a black mask out of this one, and then I'm gonna call this one maybe similar to what this is, spatter mix. Yeah, I'm gonna call this spatter mix. So same name as the brush we're gonna use. So let's go ahead and use that spatter mix brush. This time I'm gonna make this one a little bit darker. Okay, back to originally what it was. And then I'm gonna do this. Now it's gonna be a bit more dense compared to what we initially set up there. But something like this. Kind of will cover a bit more ground, right? In terms of more of a dirt pass, really. You know, covers a bit more of that base layer. Like, we want to keep the base layer showing through, but at the same time, you know, show the fact that there is this kind of dirt layer that's on top of the base color layer. So now we've got something that looks like that. Okay. Very nice, very nice. Okay, pretty generic so far, but it's getting there. It's getting there. Okay. What we want to do is make the yellow border around each of these spots. There's no easy way to make this, you guys. This is the part where you have to go ahead and hand paint this stuff. So chalk bold or something would work in the brushes. So in my spots layer, I'm going to go ahead and make a layer underneath the particular spot's base. Okay. So let's go ahead and create another layer, a fill layer. I'm going to call this yellow rim, something like that, or yellow trim, up to you. Set that underneath the spot's base. Okay, so now it's under here. Only select color, so let's have color isolated there. And I can take my color picker and then find some kind of yeah, so right there, I think that's good, like a khaki, dirty white, almost like chalky yellow kind of color. Okay, and then I'd apply a black mask. So now what I could do is just around the rim of each of these spots, I could, you know, attempt to draw like a yellow border around each of these spots. My pen is not calibrated. Just wait a second. I'm gonna adjust my pen here. Pro pen. So what I usually do, you guys, like I have my pen, right? So the bottom button is a right click, and then the top button is a middle click. So bottom button is right click, top button is middle click. That's just the way I grew up using the Wacom. So I always have that set up that way. But I don't know. I just like to tell people that that's what I like to do because it just works for me. So right click, so you're able to zoom with the right click and then pan with the middle click on the sort of the upper button. It works for me. Very easy to use if I set it up that way. So you can try that configuration out, see if you like it. So just carefully creating an outline around these spots. Now, by all means, if this is like your portfolio piece or whatever, like you really got to be careful with, you know, how you create all this stuff. But at least, you know, this sets you up, gives you a very good idea of how one would create a fully hand painted piece. Just, you know, particularly for creating textures for this organic asset, in this case, a frog. Okay, so pretty straightforward, you guys. there's a function that you're not sure of, I would go ahead and ask. Or something that you want to go ahead and clarify, I would go ahead and ask. I'm gonna show you a trick here afterwards to like make the colors of the spots be a bit more complex, and we're gonna cover that in just a moment here. Just gonna finish creating the outlines around these spots here. So I usually like to choose a different frog every time. Every time I make this assignment or assign this assignment. The same principle goes, just, you know, the same layering system, you know, the same masking system, changing the color. You know, that principle applies to all the other sort of hand painted type of tasks that you probably would have. So that's looking not bad, right? If you compare the two, you know, there's just not enough value changes in the spots as well as the reds. Not enough value spots, but we're gonna go ahead and introduce that in just a moment here. So once you've set this all up, you've established this part, then what you want to do is you want to go ahead and now break this down, go into it even further, right? Dive into each of these subsections, so like the spots and, you know, the red or sort of spilling parts. You know, maybe even add a color variety around the yellow, you know, so certain spots are brighter, certain spots are more dull, right? All that stuff. So you're working again from big to small, okay? Big to small. Another thing that you could add as well is, you see these grains or these spatter mixes in here. There's, you know, there's like some smaller spots, so you can introduce that as well. So what you could do is just duplicate the spatter mix right here and make this a black mask. Make this spot then darker, just a tad bit, okay, and then maybe a bit more desaturated. Okay, I'm gonna call this medium spots. Okay, so this is the stuff that you go ahead and kind of hand paint manually. So with my chalkboard, you know, so you're gonna go ahead and, I think it's pretty dark, so let's lighten that up a little bit. Yep. Okay, so nice. Okay, so this is the level of detail that I expect you guys to do, you know. Take an hour and a half to establish all this stuff. Might be a little bit slow at first, but once you get the hang of it, hopefully it isn't too difficult. Once you get the layering system down and understand what's going on there, it's just easier to hand paint, add variety, stuff like that. So there's your medium spots. Okay, now did you know, I'm gonna take it a step further with the masking, of course. You don't have to necessarily grasp the idea just yet. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply a mask on the folder. Okay? So essentially what you're doing is, if you, we're going to do this again sometime in the future, possibly. If you apply a mask on the folder, okay, anything that's going on underneath that folder or in that folder, okay, you don't have to create a mask for anything, first of all, underneath that folder, because the folder will dictate, okay, whatever color, pattern, texture you have, okay, that's going on within the boundaries of that main mask. Okay, so, okay, it's all kind of sounding very complicated, but I'm going to show you what I mean here by just going to my spots folder. Okay, so if I alt left click this spots base, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this mask and I'm going to apply it here on the folder. So that means anything that happens underneath this folder stays within the boundaries of all this white spots. Okay, so that would allow me to add skin variety as well as any variety, color variety, value variety, any varieties that I would like, maybe specular variety, anything like that, within the boundaries of the areas that are white. Okay, and anything that's black will not show. So you'll see the power of this in just a moment. So I'm gonna go ahead and right click on the spots. Okay, and then I can make a black mask here. Okay, so it'll hide everything. What I could do is just I can transfer this mask into this one by right-clicking on this particular mask that I like. Okay, right-clicking on this mask, and then select Copy Mask, or the shortcut would be Control-Alt-C. And then I can paste it here by left-clicking on this mask, right-clicking on it, and then paste into mask. So Control-Alt-V. Okay, so now that mask gets transferred over here. I can then delete this mask here because I don't need this anymore. So anything that's going on underneath this would be fine. There's a little bit of a caveat though, because now I would have to go ahead and move this yellow rim out of here, okay, in order for this to be effective. So that means this yellow rim here would have to be outside of the folder, okay? Again, yellow rim outside of the folder. So I've removed it from the hierarchy. If I put it back in the hierarchy, what happens is, since the mask of this, okay, since the mask of this is outside this mask, okay, outside the boundaries of this mask, then this won't show. Okay, that might be a little bit confusing, but anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take that out of the folder and then put that underneath that folder. Oh, not there. Put that underneath. There you go. So now you can see the yellow a little bit better. Okay, but what I want to do is this. I want to add some, some variety, some brown variety. I'll take my roughness down a little bit so I can kind of see what's going on. So let's go ahead and make another. I can just duplicate this. I'm going to call this light brown. Okay, so find a lighter brown color. Slightly lighter, not so much. So I'm looking at this kind of thing. Find the cement 1 or cement 2 brushes. Create a black mask over this. So it was like that. Okay, so if I do a black mask, it'll hide. Then now with my cement brush, okay, I'm able to just color the middle areas and make that brown. So it's so subtle. Right? So anything that's happening within, so remember this boundary, I can color anything that's happening within this boundary. So you can see that hue shift there happening. I'm gonna maybe brighten this up just a little bit more, so you guys can see what's happening. Okay, so now we're adding a layer of complexity to the hue shifts. So if I go ahead and press M on my keyboard, right? So you can see there's like dark spots, there's lighter spots. Okay. I can just duplicate this again but this time I'm gonna call this dark brown. Dark browse. And then make a darker version, like much darker. Maybe desat it a little bit too. Black mask. Okay, so with the same cement, or you could choose another brush that has a different kind of texture. Maybe bark or something, if you like bark. So maybe cement 1 is your is what you like. Still pretty strong. Yeah, so adding kind of these dark areas around the edges and stuff. Not all the edges, but only some edges. So really adding a lot of variety to the value and the color. Okay, so now you got something that looks like this. So that's with the dark brown. Remember, everything is happening within the boundaries that I've set. Okay, so that's the dark brown. This is the light brown. Okay, and then this is the main spots. Press M. So now you have a little bit more of a complicated surface, right? Rather than simply just the brown, which would be kind of like that. Okay, so now it's looking, you know, much closer to what's going on around here. Now let's go ahead and try to change the reds. So remember, it fades, right? So you have the red on top, underneath that is orange, and then underneath that would be yellow. So let's try going with that tritone. Let's make a filter, put it underneath the red. Okay, remember the layering, right? Because the most prominent is the red, and underneath that, so you can see at the ends or the corners you have orange, and then further down you have a little bit of the yellow. So we're gonna play around with that kind of layering. So I'm gonna call this one orange. Deselect all these other guys, make this orange. So I could do just color sample, probably the easiest. The orange spot's look like pink. Yeah. Let's go ahead and oops. Yeah, it does look like kind of he like stepped on paint or something like that. Maybe we can try artistic or one of these brushes. Okay, a little bit too strong, so maybe reduce the opacity a little bit. It's only in certain spots on like the top, but adding a little bit of that on the edges and stuff gives it a little bit more interest. So even like this. And then it gets stronger in certain areas. Okay, so we're going from that to this, you know. Every little thing counts, you guys, when it comes to texturing, stuff like this. Like every hue shift, every value shift, every texture, like every variation will really add a lot when it comes to texturing and the realism sort of behind whatever you're trying to create. So so 0.05 is probably the shininess of this. And if we were to compare this, that's looking much better. I would probably vary up the yellow, so certain parts of the yellow border is brighter, a bit more white, some are more saturated yellow, right? So being exposed to this kind of capacity and level of detail is very good for you. This is how you would approach a hand-painted task when you are texturing in a company, okay, or for a company, for a project. This is the level of detail you always want to go for. This is just medium. This is only the base color. You could really change up the variation on the specular, change up the variation on the metalness, change up the variation on the bump value, which we will cover later on. Right, so it'll be really complex at some point, just on top of whatever's on top of whatever. So base color on top of specular, on top of bump, on top of, so all of these PBR properties are playing together to build a specific asset to make it look realistic, make it look like a specific thing, whatever you're trying to achieve. With PBR, you're able to achieve it, especially realism, and really it just takes a little bit of time to understand and grasp, and even put the time to make. But at the end of the day, it should be a very good payoff. So duplicate this one more time, put it underneath the orange. I'm gonna call this one yellow, and then we'll go ahead and stop it here. Make a black mask over the yellow, and this time shift the hue up, so we're going at 0.3 to about 0.4, 0.8, sorry, 0.84, 0.85, something like that. So 0.8, let's just say. Black mask again. Okay, this time we're gonna add the yellows, and we're gonna add it in certain areas here, so that feels a little too strong. So let's use good old cement too. But for the yellow parts, these parts, there's not going to be a lot of them, and there's only going to be around the foot area. Okay, so only around the foot area, not necessarily around the legs, because the legs had a lot more reds. So the foot has a lot more oranges, less reds. And so now I'm just kind of adding like little touches in there, here and there, just to bring out the fact that there is a tiny bit of yellow, like a subtle amount of yellows right in those corners. Right, so we went from like basic like this, to something that's, I would say kind of complex, I guess. Complex looking, but you can tell we only made a small amount of layers, So this is my base layer, so that doesn't really count. So we have our grains, you have our, different painted, spilled kind of colors, and then you have your spots. And you also have your yellow rim that comes around each of these spots. Okay, so I would kind of stop there. That would be the demo. So try to achieve that, but on the whole frog. So as I was saying earlier, you can use symmetry. So use symmetry on the arms and the legs. Then when it comes to the torso and the head, you can break that symmetry and add, a little bit of variation, right? So it doesn't look like it's completely symmetrized, because that looks kind of really strange. If you did all
Butterfly
of that.
frog.
Yeah, exactly, butterfly frog. So it looks kind of odd looking. Yeah, so I don't want to go into it anymore. Like, honestly, that's plenty. I've provided you with a lot of information when it comes to painting there and then layering. But practice that, right? Practice the layering system. Always create fill layers. this is how you make a mask. Right click on the layer, select black mask or white mask. So white is to reveal, black is to conceal. White's to reveal, black to conceal, right? Always be watchful of which layer, which one you have selected in the layer, whether you have the layer selected. So if I go ahead and left click on this box here, closest to the eye, that's the layer. If you select the second box to the right of that, that's the mask, right? So just depending on which you have selected, whether the layer you have selected or the mask, you'll get particular properties in your properties window for that. And then you can start making changes for whatever you have selected. If you have the layer selected, you can make changes on the layer. For which property you want to enable, disable, change the color swatch, change the values of that particular property in the layer, or selecting the black mask and then changing your mask options. You know, do you want to reveal, you know, going to the grayscale area, the very bottom. 1 is to reveal, okay, 0 is to conceal, and anything in between there would either partially reveal or partially conceal. Okay, and then it's just a matter of, from here, choosing the right brush tips that you like, then messing around with the brush properties. Okay, and then going ahead and paint, you know, paint.
How did you turn on symmetry, sorry?
To turn on symmetry, you want to press L on your keyboard. So L stands for long, or if you want to actually see it on the viewport here, I'm going to go ahead and hide all this stuff or minimize some of this stuff. In your viewport, up here at the top right hand side of the viewport, you'll see this icon. Looks kind of like a kite. This one's for symmetry.
Okay, thank you.
Airplane. Yeah, you can enable that. So those are these other ones. If you hover your mouse over a button that you don't know, for example, this, you're like, okay, what's that? And then it should say show and hide manipulator. Like, oh, cool, there's a manipulator. Oh yeah. You know, pause. You know, what you could actually do is switch from 3D, okay, 3D only, okay, to 2D only. Okay, so then the frog looks like this. It's kind of freaky, actually. So this is the frog quickly laid out, flattened out. So it looks like a pelt. And then this is 3D only, right? And then you can have both 3D and 2D. I think we were talking about this last time. Shortcut is F1, F2, F3. So whichever you want to work with. There's perspective view, and then there's also orthographic view. Okay, so a flatter camera version. Right, so this one's with a camera lens angle. This one is flattened. Some people like the flattened. I think it's coming from the whole Mari workflow, so that's why that's been added. Yes, and then there's free rotation, constraint rotation, but a lot of the stuff. So a lot of the stuff I told you about today, that's like 80% of what you'll need. And it just might sound like a lot right now, but as time goes on, the more you get used to the whole brushes, the whole creating a mask, the whole choosing your brushes and changing your brush settings, you should be pretty good to go when it comes to just the hand painting portion of it. Now, next week, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and cover some of the functions that we could do. Very similar to what Photoshop would probably offer, as well as more. So some of the procedural stuff that I've been talking about today. But today I want to introduce you to some of the functionalities that and foundations that texture artists would probably need to know and work with every day. So that's what I've got for you. So, and then the other half of that would be the artistic portion of it, which is being very observant of what's going on with the texture, and figuring out how you can make the pattern, the texture, the value, how you can incorporate all that in your texturing, right? So if you are having difficulties with figuring out how to make something, you can always refer back to the demo or and the recording, or you can always ask me if you needed something in particular. Now, any questions, you guys, regarding all the stuff we talked about here?
No, it's there's a lot to a lot to process, but nothing too difficult.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, it's just kind of like information overload.
It is a bit, yeah. So anyway,
Yeah.
we're gonna end up repeating all that stuff, and get
Oh,
familiar
yeah.
with it.
I figured as much. It's not going to be a one and done thing.
Absolutely. You're gonna have a lot of time to test it out many times. So.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and check your guys' drive. So you might see me messaging you.
Yeah, no problem.
Whoever you guys are, we'll see. We'll have a look at your renders and assignments and stuff.
Will we receive any sort of critique on our assignments, or?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll have to go ahead and see. If you do want a critique, I can certainly give you guys critiques.
Okay.
I usually will leave some comments.
Oh, okay.
In the what should we call this? Through the my eCampus mark. So if I'm gonna be giving you a full grade on that one, you'll see some comments. So if you do have a question with any of those comments, then of course hit me up. But you will see something there. So if you are missing something, you'll see like missing assignment or something like that, or haven't checked yet. But regardless, you will see a comment. So watch out for that comment.
Yeah, no, that works. Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I've got a few Google Drive links that I've not received yet, and they're from Clara. So I'm still looking for a Google Drive link again. So Clara, Young Key, as well as Ethan. So you three, I still need a Google Drive link from you, or some kind of cloud drive where you would be able to upload your assignments to, and then to send to me. And just to reiterate, you need to be able to share the link of the folder you created to me. So that folder is your main lighting and texturing folder. And within that folder, you'll create subfolders like assignment 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth. And you're only going to be dealing with that one link, okay, that you and I are going to be sharing. And having said that, we don't have to change the link all the time. So you're not going to be sending me assignment 1, assignment 2, assignment 3 link, right? Just too much. There's 20 something of you. It's hard to keep track as to what link is what is for which. So create a Google Drive link or OneDrive or Mega Upload or Amazon or whichever cloud drive service you're using. Yahoo, if they have, do they even have one? But anyway, create the main folder, which is the lighting texturing folder. In that, create subfolders. Then share the link to the main folder to me. So again, that's Clara, Youngkey, and Ethan. So you three are missing Google Drive links. Yep, sounds good there, Rob. Take it easy and have a good night. So we'll see you again next week.
Hey, Harold, is it cool if I take off there too? I got to be up at 4 a.m. tomorrow for work as well.
Okay. Sounds good, Daniel. Just make sure.
I also, sorry.
Oh yeah. So
yeah, I know I didn't get the assignment in that. Like last week, I had a pretty crazy week with my dog being in the hospital, so I'm going to be a little bit late. I should have it in Saturday for that last week's assignment, and I'll be doing this one that day as well.
Yeah, thanks for letting me know. All right, thanks,
awesome.
Daniel.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great night. See you next week.
Yep, have a good one. See you guys next week.
Me too, Harold. I'm in the same boat.
Okay, no problem, man. So have your assignments uploaded so we can get that marked and put away. So yeah, thanks everybody. If you're bouncing, so we still got about like 40 minutes for the rest of you. So let me know if anything is up till then. Thanks for giving the link there, Ethan. So I'll go ahead and try that out. As for Lucas, I sent you a message there, so please have a look at your MS Teams. I just received the email from Yunky. Thanks, Yunky.
How do we activate symmetrize again?
By
symmetry.
pressing L on your keyboard. L for long.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Also, you guys, it lives up here, so if you're ever curious, so this particular icon will enable you to symmetrize. Just want to remind everybody, if we are going to be submitting files that are quite heavy in file size, then maybe we'd have to zip up a lot of the files in order for it to be easier to upload. But having said that, currently, like the submissions that we've been having, you don't necessarily have to zip them up. Just because they're just so light, right, in terms of file size. So just if you have a JPEG, just upload the JPEG. You don't need to zip it up or anything like that. So that was just easier for you and I to have a look at the previews. So
10-4.
that's good. That's good. So is Lucas still here? Did you figure out the problem with the substance not loading up, or?
Not yet, no. I'm gonna try like uninstalling and reinstalling and restarting my computer and a couple other things, but
Okay.
I just wanted to sit through the class for today.
Okay. Cool. So I'm gonna pick on Cody here for a moment because I think he did the best job.
Oh yay! Gonna get picked on.
Let's pick on him. Let's pick on him a little bit. Okay,
cool.
So let's go ahead and
Let's
share.
do it.
Let's share his his work. Oh no!
Buy it.
I don't want to buy it. No, it's a scam. No, they're not a scam. Wait, what happened to it? What happened to it? It's gone. Oh, right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and have a look at this.
That looks wicked.
So you guys like it? You guys like it? I like it.
Yeah.
First glance, I certainly like it. Not gonna lie. I thought it was like, oh, cool, nice. This is all he learned from my class.
Jeez,
am I the teacher? Am I really the teacher for that? Yeah. So you did a good job. You guys have any questions for Cody before we critique it?
No, it just makes me want to redo mine.
But that's what I was saying, you guys. Like, make more lights, you know, like, because and look at reference, right? I noticed some of you guys did not use references, or you know, at least you didn't show me. A lot of the lighting that some of you guys set up, it's like it's clearly inspired by just you making a light. So look at the reference, right, and then build from there, you know, or at least have a good idea of what you want to make. So what Cody has here is good. He's made some extra geo here and there. You know, he fooled around with a little bit of the AI standard as well, so that's good. There's just a few things that strikes immediately for me. Is the first one is the outside light. So I'm not really sure what's going on with the outside light. I'm just assuming that it's an overcast because it's got that like kind of lightly bluish, soft kind of light coming from the window. If it's an overcast, it could be brighter outside. So you could brighten, crank up the values there a bit more. The indirect light that's coming from the hidden doorway on the right hand on screen right is a little too bright. I mean, I don't know. It could be some crazy gala going on outside or something like that. But maybe if you want to match, like, for example, if you are going to assume that that's the front door or something like that, maybe you could match the color of the overcast to this light that's coming from, you know, the hidden doorway. So there's continuity there, right?
Cool, yeah.
And you could also pump up. So I like the intensity that's going on up here at the top, this top ceiling. It would be nice to also have the same intensity in the puck lights. So
oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So we can really, because I see it there, but it was so subtle. It's as if it's trying to be quiet, you know. But anyway, that's just my preference there. But aside from that, I think it looks great. And yeah, and I like this foreground light that's coming from here. So you're maybe feeling like, oh, it's too dark in that area. So you threw a light around this area here. I'm not sure where that's honestly coming from. This spot right here.
It's pretty much directly behind the camera there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so anyway, you don't see it right away. Yeah, you don't see it right away, but I see it. And it's like, okay, so he's probably trying to lighten that area just to show that side of the couch. So when it comes to just being methodical with your lighting situation, you guys, maybe that lightened your lightened, no pun intended, that gave you a little bit of an insight.
Yeah, I like the puck lights there. I don't know why I didn't think of that, because I want my shelving to have that.
Puck lights, yeah. I would have them more intense too, and have them show. It's nice.
As a collector, I want the stuff on my shelves to shine. I want
hell yeah.
to see it.
Yeah, man, there you go. So now you can you have some ideas.
Yeah, and as an old man, I want to be able to see the titles when I'm looking for a game.
That's true.
Awesome.
Right,
I appreciate that, Harold. You actually kind of confirmed a lot of the second guessing I was doing in that scene, because a lot of the things you touched on was actually like, I originally kind of had it in the direction that you just critiqued, but like you're saying, you wanted those puck lights to be noisier, but I mean, when I was playing with it, I thought it was distracting. And then with the front hallway light, the only reason why I went a different color shift than the rest is because for some reason I felt like, oh, they got to be different colors. There's too many of the same. But no, that's really appreciate that advice.
Great, that's good.
I don't know. Conversely, I think the one coming out of the back, if it's like an incandescent bulb, it would come out like that color even if it is overcast outside. So if that's just a light bulb left on in the hallway, then the lighting looks about right. It might just be a bit too bright.
Yep. It might just be also the intensity. That's right. So it doesn't necessarily have to be from outside, right? Like it could be maybe your hallway light or something like that.
Yeah, I think you're right with the intensity on that one because for whatever reason I had this silly idea, like I kind of want to put a silhouette of a person there, so I used one of the pre-made people from the content browser, and I actually adjusted the intensity bright enough so you can kind of see the silhouette in the ground, but I think it was just a totally pointless and lost detail.
Yeah. You could also, for example, if you are going to mimic like interior, maybe that's the hallway light or something, then you would change the position of the light, right? So rather than having one big broad light, it would just be like a lamp at the top of the ceiling. So it's got an angle to it, right? So then that would kind of give a hint as to, okay, maybe that is like a hallway light that's sort of from the ceiling or something like that, right? So you'd have a little bit of a variation there. Usually like a hidden light will have a different effect based on where you put it, right? So yeah, as I was saying, maybe you could put it at the ceiling, have it pointing down, so it's beaming, right? And you're getting an idea. Oh yeah, I think that's a ceiling light, just without you even showing it. The angle will tell you otherwise.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll definitely take all that into the next project.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Just seeing here, it's 10 o'clock now. So is it cool if take off?
Yeah, absolutely. That goes for everybody else. It's 10 o'clock. So thank you for being here, you guys, and have a good night. We'll see you guys next week.
Awesome. Thanks, Harold. Take care.
That just makes me want to do extra work on that now.
You can. Hey, why not, man? It's still up for marking. So no.
Well, yeah, exactly. I can do that because. Yeah, looking at that, I'm like, okay, mine's nowhere near done.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
One question I had though, I'm not sure if you got to mine yet, but with the TV, I took the area light and I put an image on it, and then used the intensity to brighten the image, but it doesn't really give off the glow I was hoping.
So let me have a look at yours right now. So let's see it.
Like, yeah, it looks a little incomplete.
Okay, so you don't mind if I share it, right?
No, I have no problem. There's only like 2 other people left, 3.
Not in the recording. No. Anyway, so this one here, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I put the image on the area light. So instead of changing the color, I changed it to an image.
Yeah.
But it didn't really give off like a TV glow like I was hoping.
No.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it wouldn't work that way because you have to use a mesh light.
How bright the white and black is.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it wouldn't do that at all. It wouldn't behave that way.
Okay.
Yeah, it would only work if you use a mesh light.
Mesh light. Okay.
Yeah.
So I could put that take out the area light, put it as a mesh light, and then put the image on the mesh light.
Well, no,
Or do I have to change the area light to a mesh light?
So what you would have to do is create a geo that has the exact same dimensions, so a flat plane, right? The exact same dimensions as a TV, or you could extract from the TV face itself and then turn that into a mesh light, because that's the only way you're gonna turn an object into a mesh light.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then you'd have the because it's only a faint glow that you need anyway, but like for a TV, it's still got to be a glow.
Yeah, it's got to look like it's got that like incandescent looking surface, right? So that's what you're trying to achieve.
You don't want it too intense or it'll drown out the image.
Yeah, and you can certainly change that that value there with the mesh light. So you said you applied an image on the area light or on the
surface? On the area light. So when you change the intensity of the area light, rather than having a color, it's got a file with the image.
Yep. You certainly
So
can
you
do
change
that.
the intensity, and then the image starts popping.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to be casting any light.
No.
It just has the, and what I was hoping for was that the image would give off a little bit of light.
Yeah.
Like a TV would.
Yeah. Not quite. Doesn't quite work that
Yeah.
way. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Unfortunately not.
noticed. No, because like if it was a color image, it would definitely be like you'd have the glow would have the color of whatever the image is.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was going for.
Yep.
And then with the lamp, I noticed just by accident when I made a mesh light, it took there were like 12 bulbs underneath that face.
Yeah.
So I just deleted the face and put the 12 or 25 bulbs in there.
You made 25 bulbs in there.
I made one light and then copied it 5 times and then copied that 5 times.
I see. You didn't have to do that. You could have just made one and then just increase intensity.
I figured it was like,
yeah,
it might give that subtle detail because they're only.
Yeah.
This way, I didn't have the intensity as high either. It just the collective flow made it look more intense.
Yeah, you are getting that banding though. I see that it's like right here. Just because of the multiple lights. But anyway, it's subtle. So.
Yeah, it's a subtle thing. And then the back room there, I might have to turn the intensity up, but there is a light in the back.
I see it.
Yeah, I used a spotlight there to simulate kind of like a fixture on the roof.
Yep.
On the ceiling. I widened the range of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I got to put the intensity a bit higher looking at it. And I didn't even think to put an outside image like the other guy did there.
Yeah.
So I just have an area or a directional light pointing in.
Yep.
So
it's all good, man. It's all good. If you're happy with it, hey, and then little tweaks here and there. So
actually, looking at it now, it was worse in my head, but there's so much more I could do with it, I think.
Yeah, now that you know more, I guess, right? And you've observed it.
I didn't even think to put like the rail and the inset light in the roof there, or the shelving lights, or anything like that. Like,
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. You can always edit it and tweak it and stuff if you're up for it.
Yeah, I'm not big on the fixtures that were in there by default either. So
yeah,
I couldn't get the. I think with that I just made them luminous.
Yeah.
Like I just changed the surface level. I didn't even put a light on those. I just made them luminous.
Yeah. That works too. You can always fool around with the texture or the shader.
Yeah, that's what I did was the shaders on that, but it doesn't really cast anything off.
Yeah.
I'm just
there you go.
kind of just looking for ideas on how to improve it, but at the same time, it's like, no matter what I do with those, they're gonna look. Well, maybe I could turn them into like a lampshade. Like cut the bottom half off and then make them into actual light bulbs and use point lights.
Yep, you can.
That might look better.
Yeah, man. You submitted it already. I know you submitted it.
So,
you can edit it. You can edit it and be like, hey, I like this one better. So, I'm cool with that. Yeah.
As long as it's in, I can tweak it down the road and be like, hey, I edited this. Check this out.
Yeah, for sure, man. So let me know if you do.
I'll try and get that subtle glow onto the TV screen.
Yeah.
And
then
because I like that idea. I just wish it would cast a little bit of the colored light from behind it. Unless if that, like if I had an image on a surface, could I make it so it's transparent, have the light behind it?
You can.
And then the light through it? Would that work? Or?
What I would just straight up do is make the mesh, make the actual TV screen itself.
Yeah.
And then there is a incandescent property on the mesh. What you could do is apply the image on that mesh and then turn the incandescence up, right? So
so the surface itself would
would glow, would look like it's glowing. So that's on the other way of going
and
about
then
it.
it's just because it only needs to be a slight glow, but
Yeah.
I'd like it to cast whatever colors are behind, like on the image itself. So,
yeah. And then you can use the light, the area light right now. So remove the image from the area light, and then have that area light emit a little bit more light. So then it's actually catching on the desk and stuff like that. You know, it's kind of like faking it, I guess. But the idea is the TV screen is giving off some kind of light, so then it's reacting over like the surfaces of the, of the furniture or whatever.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
Yeah. Sounds good to me too.
All
right. Sweet.
All right.
Okay.
You have a good night, Errol.
Yeah.
We'll see you next week.
Yeah, we'll see you. See you guys, everybody else that's in here as well. So take care.
I just wanted to ask something quick.
Lucas?
Have a good one.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
I just want to know if I've got an extension for this assignment just because of my
sure.
technical difficulties.
Man.
If it comes down to it, I can download it onto my laptop and try to do it on there, see if that works.
Yep. That would work for me. No, not a problem at all there, Lucas. So have it submitted next week because you said you'll work on it. So also last thing, the Google Drive that you sent me there, for some reason it would take me to a trash bin. So maybe you can send the link again.
Okay, yeah, I'll try it again. Sorry.
Yeah. I don't know. It leads me to a folder and then it leads me to a trash bin. So I don't really know what's going on. Maybe making a new link or something like that would probably work too. So
yeah, I've still got the images saved, so I'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for today's class.
Yep.
I'm out.
Okay, take care, man. We'll see you next week. Goodbye, everybody else, and take care.